Hello again, viewers, and greetings, fellow space travelers. This is Thorn of Night, and welcome to, let's see here, Tuesday, December the 5th of 2023. Let me turn this down just a smidge. There we go, 25%. Okay, it's still audible enough. Oh, I still need to finish pasting this. Oops. Welcome to my stream. I'm going to be working on Performium today on the Wild SMP. I'm going to be working on building the Menger sponge because that's always needing to get worked on. And today I'm sort of taking a semi brain break from all the work that I've been doing towards the mods and the data packs and stuff, so that I can maybe think about things whilst building. I'm pulling an Einstein. All right, let's set this up. Let's move this over there. Don't need that on this screen. Don't need that. That can go away. And minimize this, and then come in here to multiplayer, and then go to perform. Wait, how many did that say? Hold on. 313. This is peak time on a weekday, and it's 313. What did they do? Somehow, after they went through all the rigmarole of being added to the official Minecraft servers list, it's gone down. The other day I was talking about how it stayed at exactly 300, and so it seemed like they're padding their numbers again. I mean, again. I guess it was maybe a fluke, because just a couple days ago I saw it 280, 279. So I don't know, but there's something is up. Don't know what's going on. Anyways, 300. Man, I remember when just a normal day on Performium, back before they even merged with Skyblock Network, before that, just a normal day was numbers like this. And this Windcraft, this is just an MMO. It's just a... It's been around as long almost as Performium has, but here we have 300. I don't get it. And they're looking to put together a troll server, so it's not like it's a dead or dying server. They're just, I don't know what's going on. Anyway, let's see here. Set email, not gonna do that. That happens every once in a while. Did I just eat something? Did it just make the yummy sound? It seemed like it just burped at me. Oh, that's what happened. Haha! Auction house. Hey, there's stuff on the auction house. It's slime balls. Zek has lots of slime balls. You know what? Let's do this. Let's go PV5. That should be empty. I'll take some slime balls, Zek. Oh. Just to say thanks for help that you've done in the past, Zek. Oh, I can't do that while it's like that. Okay. And then these are from a player who will probably not show back up. They got some things, popped them on the auction house, and they'll probably never make an appearance again. All right, let's see here. Let's go auction house, sell, blah, 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 a whole bunch of numbers. $100 million. And then let's go put the slime balls down in the warehouse. It's a house. It's a person that got bitten by a house, and every full moon they get turned into a cryptid. Do I not have sounds on? I have sounds turned way down. There we go. That's more like it. Okay, I really am happy with the way this turned out. I missed 2. Oh no! Oh, I have to fix that. This is the polished blackstone slabs, and I'm on floor 2. Okay. So I'm already on the correct floor for getting the polished blackstone slabs. Give me 2 of these. Boop boop. I'm used to using the mouse in Skyrim, and so my sensitivity is off. I keep overturning. There we go. I never noticed that before. Anyway, as I was saying, I really am happy with the way these columns turned out. It's got that extra level of detail, but it's within the bounds of a 3x3. I'm not counting these as being outside the 3x3. They're just kind of accents, but there's plenty of detail going on in just the 3x3 column, and I'm really happy with the way that turned out. Anyway, Dr. Evil from Austin Powers' voice. $100 million. Or $1 million. Okay, I do believe I have nearly exhausted my current stash of there's that me overcompensating again. I have nearly nearly completely gone through my stash of chiseled deep slate. Oh dear. There's lots of cobbled deep slate. That's cobbled. This is all just regular deep slate. Yeah. Oh boy. I shouldn't have any up here. Yeah, that's all empty. Ooh, looks like partway through the stream I'm going to be making me some cobbled or some chiseled deep slate. I don't have any of this. I'm leaving this build palette down here because I want to expand the wings a little bit in both directions, but I don't want to lose track of what's where. That's I wouldn't have it here. That's just temporary there. Nope. And those are just potions. Huh. Yes, these are my potion storage areas, or this is my potion storage area. Anytime you see a glass block, here, that means that it is full of shulkers that are themselves full of the given potion. So the splash potion of invisibility long duration. This glass block means that in this chest are 729 of them. And since everyone's on candy, no one will ever buy them. But it's good to have some potions, I guess. All right, let's home cube 1. Oh, you know what I almost forgot? I almost forgot to do the standard start of the stream stuff. I would like to say thank you to the people who are able to help support the channel in whatever way you can, whether it's liking, subscribing, commenting, sharing my channel, whatever. But also for the people who are able to help make it so that I can, get Dinobot every year for the Discord and replace my monitor when it breaks and all that kind of stuff. A very special thank you to the people who can tip on Streamlabs and the people who are able to help support me through Patreon. And right now, those illustrious few are Elmaze 11's Ogma Infinium, Sean, Robert Kemp, Little Cuddles, and X-Blaze Ninja Zero. And speaking of X-Blaze Ninja Zero, let's go back over to, that's the wrong channel. There we go. To General, because a dad joke has been summoned. Why was the... Oh, wait, no. That's an old dad joke. Why was the strawberry sad? Its parents were in a jam. That's not the new dad joke. There was a new dad joke. I swear it was. I swear I saw a new dad joke. Was it in here? Where did it go? Has it been buried? It may have been buried by conversation. Oh no. Well, this calls for a dad joke summoning. Question mark, dad joke. Thank you, Dinobot. Uh-oh. What do you get when you cross a rabbit with a water hose? Hair spray. I thought for sure I saw another dad joke. That is so bizarre. Anyway, the dad jokes are summoned over on the Discord, usually by X-Blaze Ninja Zero. Oh, that was today's. Oh, okay. Well, then we have 2 from today. Let's see here. Mine and... Oh yeah, it says today at 5:14 p.m. Weird. I thought there was a different joke elsewhere. Why was the strawberry sad? Its parents were in a jam. Oh, maybe. Oh. I know what happened. I thought it was... I was just reading an old one, and after a fashion I was. That's the same dad joke that Cuddles spawned on the 30th of November. If you scroll up just a little bit, it's the same dad joke. Hooray for random chance. I knew it sounded familiar. Okay. I will minimize this. Yeah, over on the Discord, I have Dinobot for a number of different things. I'm still trying to figure out some of the other functionality of it. But let's hide this, because I also need to do my announcement to the people over on Candy that I am streaming. So I'll grab my link and then, oops. Let's come over here. Let's make a notification. Oh, come join me as I build my wild Minger sponge. And let's go over to Candy and do the same exact thing. And now I'll just hover over this flag. And go paste. All right, time, or P, time at noon, P, weather clear. So this guy over here, hold my hobo, has not responded to me on Discord since they came in, logged in, refreshed their claims, and left. Our conversation was that I was going to be receiving this, and that was 2 months ago, and instead they are not doing that. So what I'm thinking is I'm going to go ahead and maybe I could begin the work of building the walkway. See, I also need to get a hold of Daniel here. I need to see if Daniel is on Candy sometime and see if I can get the ability to build on here, because I can't. He was going to, but he never did because Candy opened up. Oh well, we'll get it figured out. I was thinking what I could do is just preemptively build the part that's going to exist right here up to the house, and then when it expires again, if it expires, go ahead and build it, or if they come on an unclaimed, go ahead and finish building it. But maybe my thinking is that maybe by having the big cube here, they'll go, oh, right, that. But I don't think that that's going to be the case. Hello, the real Hoff. Hello, Hoff. How goes things? PV2. Let's put this stuff in here. I am going to look in here, see, on the off chance that someone has made a generous donation. Nope, no one's ever on. That's okay. PV5. Come to the wild spawn. I am at the wild spawn. Why do I get the suspicion that there's going to be items, objects, things? Come to the wild. Ah, there you are. Hello. I have. You are muted. You don't know how long. Muted? Muted in what? Oh, muted in here. Oh. Well, that's interesting. Whatever did you do to deserve being muted? Here. Let's go on an adventure and try to find a block of gold out here. I think this is... Wait, Gold Road is this way. I know right where to find a block of gold. No, that's Redstone Road. Sorry. Gold Road is straight out front, I guess. I'm all turned around today. Here we go. Have some diamonds from your boots. You know what? Okay. Oh, speaking of diamonds. Oh no, that's the dye shop. Okay, let's go back. Let's put these in here somewhere. Oh, I have more empty shulkers. Oh, wait, no. This is from building the other thing. Okay. PV5 again. And up I go. Why are they going to think you're cheating again, Johnny? There we go. So, in order to get to the end of this tier 4, I have to make it up to here. I don't know if I'll be able to do that in this week, but it should be about 2.5, 3 days worth of streaming. So let's get to it. Let's get cracking. I have been working on the side on the not only the Minecraft data pack project for the Refugee to Regent series I'm about to start, but also I have managed to get a lot of stuff put together for a Skyrim series. Thank you, Hoff. You're very funny. Much haha. Oh, did I? Oh, that was a delay. Whoa, did you see that delay? And also, why am I not YouTube rank on the tab list? What did they break again? Silly devs. Well, it is an epic sniper, so they shouldn't be upset if they get hit by an epic sniper and it's a one-shot. If it was a crummy sniper and that was a one-shot, then I could see them having recourse for being upset. But getting hit in the head by an epic sniper, that sounds like a fair and square fight. GG all around. Most times they start shooting first. Well, someone's got to take the first shot. And sometimes it can be the person with the sniper. Haha, I see them, they don't see me, kerblam. Them's the ropes. Oh, that's the end of that. How they say it, them's the shakes or something like that. Back in the days of the mob. I live rather near St. Louis in Missouri, in the middle of flyover country in the US, and I have learned a long time ago I learned that of all the places, of all the fascinating options of the world for someone to retire to, a disproportionately large number of mob family retire to St. Louis. There's even a place, part of St. Louis called The Hill. Lots of fancy Italian restaurants everywhere. Uh, a, a lot of very low crime rates on the streets. And a lot of very happy old grannies who like to do bake sales and things. And it's very interesting because everyone knows that if they are of that ilk and they tend to be in the Hill, that it's almost a certainty that they were in the mob, or their family was in the mob. And it's just one of those things you don't talk about, and you just, thanks for the leftover pot of pesto di spoto after having us over for dinner. It was great. Them's the shakes. Anyway, the tracer effects are good. Tells you exactly where they are, so can just spit. Oh yeah. The tracer effects are the dead giveaways. I always thought it was like a crutch when they added tracer effects to those sorts of PvP games. It seems like if you need tracer effects to find out where you're being shot from, then perhaps those sorts of games are not for you. But on the flip side, making things accessible to more people means that more people will buy your product and use your product. So I understand the inclusion of having those crutches of having the tracer shots and whatnot. It makes it so more people are able to feel like they are good. Also, in games like Fortnite, they add a little percentage of, let's say, luck to make it so that people who are failing a lot get more points of damage when they shoot, or their spread is mysteriously less, or their aim is a lot more accurate than they themselves are for maybe a round or two, to help them feel more comfortable and happy with, getting some success. Because if they are upset that they keep losing, they'll just leave. And a lot of people who do that never actually come back. So they don't want people to leave and never come back. So in order to compensate for terrible players, they give them more crutches. And it is just something that's coded in. You can even test for it. It's I've seen so many examples of it. It's great to see them do it. Ow! It must be nighttime. Goodbye. Hello. You just... Okay. Haha! I'm gonna shoot you. Anyway. They have it built in as a sort of security blanket for people who aren't as good, but they still want to have fun. Because when it comes down to it, it's a game. And yes, it's a PvP game, so you are competing against other people's skills at either gameplay or hacking, but um, there's that element of just good old fun. Let's see here. This? Yes. Oh, on the subject of my Skyrim modding, I have come across a stumbling point with one of the mods. The at your own pace mod collection seems to be working fine. It's when it interacts with other things that it becomes an issue. I also have a mod installed for the College of Winterhold called Quest Expansion. College of Winterhold Quest Expansion. And it makes it so that you, in order to, be a part of the college, to even get to the point where you are invited to go to the Sarthal excavation, you have to demonstrate that you're, a student of the arts. So you have to do a series of quests with Colette for restoration, Tolfdir for alteration. No. Is water breathing alteration? I think it is. And just a bunch of things. I think Arngeir for summon. One of the teachers for each of the different schools of magic, in short. And you do a handful of quests, and then after you've finished all the quests, you go, all right, I have finished my initial curriculum. Is there any business the college would like some help with? And then the rest of the College of Winterhold quest line opens up. And I've played through that mod before, and it's great, it's fun, and it works. With the addition, however, of this at your own pace thing, which adds pauses in the quest line. You don't immediately get sent off to become the Archmage on day one, so that this warrior who's never cast a spell in their life suddenly becomes this Archmage. You have to inquire, you have to ask around. And then there are these extra trials that you have to go through in order to become the Archmage. Or you can have, I think, Tolfdir become the Archmage or whatever. There's more options, there's more roleplay. Now, this at your own pace adds a patch for compatibility with the College of Winterhold quest expansion. And I was so excited when I saw that. So I added the quest expansion to my mix. I added the patch. I made sure everything was in the correct load order using a program called Loot, which uses the global database of known load orders to identify the ones that work and all that kind of stuff. And it sorted everything. Everything seems to match up. There are a few conflicts, but they seem to be intentional. Like some things are spelled differently, some things add stuff to world spaces that are taken out by others for reasons of another mod, and so it all seems like it fits properly. And then in my last stream, I got to the College of Winterhold. I went in. I wasn't assailed at the front of the bridge to have to demonstrate that I could do magic to just get into the college, because that's an annoying thing, because later on you have a quest that sends you to the college library as part of the main quest line, and it's silly that you should have to be part of the college in order to talk to Urag. But anyway, Um, you walk in, you manually have to interact with Mirabelle to get sent into the beginning of the quest line, and then you go into that first class where Tolfdir is teaching you how to use a ward, and then you're supposed to talk to Tolfdir again. It doesn't automatically happen, and he's supposed to send you to Sarthal if you're using the at your own pace, or he's supposed to be one of many that begin you on your lesson regimen if you're doing the quest expansion. So I got to the wards lesson, and I was so excited to test it out, and then he starts wandering off, and I go up to talk to him, and I don't see any of the special dialogue options. It's not working. Not only is the quest expansion not working, but the patch for compatibility is not working. In order to even get the at your own pace dialogue option, I have to fully uninstall everything from the quest expansion and the patch. Thankfully, because I am at the beginning of the quest line with my save, I can do that without ruining my save. But everything points to this is supposed to be working, and it's a bit on the frustrating side. So now I have all these other concerns about the additional at your own pace quests, because I've more thoroughly gone through all the bug reports and the posts in the comment forum and all that, and I am seeing the potential for a lot of stuff not working the way it ought to be working. So I can't just do the first quest and assume that it's going to function right. I'm going to have to go through all of them, which means I'm going to have to do the Thieves Guild, going to have to do the Pirates College, going to have to do the Companions, going to have to do the Dark Brotherhood, going to have to become a Thane in all of the holds, I'm going to have to do the College of Winterhold, and make sure everything is working, because most of the stuff, most of the mods that I have, just add their own side content. They don't really interact with the main stuff, with the exception of a few things like the Parthenak's Dilemma and a few others. So I'm going to have to test basically all of the main game of Skyrim with these modded options to make sure stuff is working right. I was hoping to just do a one and done test for all of them, but it looks like that's not how it's going to work for me. And I'm fine with playing... what the heck? Why is Avast popping up while I am playing? Why is it a Black Friday sale? You're a little slow there, buddy. Go away. Hold on. Avast. Let me just see here. Menu. Settings. Performance. Updates automatically revert all of your settings to default. That is ridiculous. Silence Avast notifications. Silence all avast pop-ups, warnings, and scheduled scans while running apps full screen. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Avast! Your computer needs restarting. You can wait. Okay. Why do devs do that? Why don't they retain settings? Oh, I'm being booped at on my phone. Just a second. Lots of things going on all at once. Just a second. Yeah. That was the wife messaging me from the other end of the house because she has some sort of how was it put on the paperwork? Acute upper respiratory infection with discharge. As to say, she's coughing up her lungs, and she got prescribed some amoxicillin and all that, and so yesterday and today she's called off work. She won't be able to call off work tomorrow because she doesn't have a whole day's worth of time off saved, because, you know, capitalism and killing people is much more important for the bottom line than, you know, making sure people are happy with where they work and feel safe and able to work there. Especially because she got this from work. Another worker apparently brought it to work, and a few people caught it. And so she's at the other end of the house saying, is it time for the amoxicillin yet? No, that's not until midnight. However, the decongestant stuff. Hold on. I will be right back. I'm going to go give her some of her decongestant medication. I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. I wish I knew where I put my old um, fume mask. I have a painter's fume mask that looks like, you know, a gas mask kind of thing. And the little particle filters and all that kind of stuff. I was thinking about marching to the other end of the house wearing it so I could deliver the medicine. Anyway, she has been treated and back to work. To answer your question, Naki Requiem. Let's see here. You install mods that make things less convenient to make games more immersive. Do you like to play MMOs and RPGs without quest markers and attempting to figure it out? I do. I do like that. I prefer that. And back in the days of Morrowind, it was one of the symptoms of the old style gaming where there weren't quest markers is you had to rely on believing that the devs typed stuff in right. And human error is a hell of a drug. So I would have these issues in Morrowind and everyone else where they would say, all right, to the west of here, you will find a blah, 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 blah. And so you spend 3, 4, 5 weeks real time looking anywhere to the west. And it turns out it was just like a few hundred feet to the east. And they just typed the wrong thing. But it made the adventure so much more interesting when it wasn't pointed out. Just, you have to go here. Now, I don't mind having a guide that says basically, all right, you're headed toward this city or this general area. That's fine. And then maybe when you get really close, it brings up an icon that says, here is the cave entrance. You might not have ever seen it, but we presume that, you know, your character would have had the horse sense to ask a little bit more detail of exactly where it is. Like the some of the NPCs say, I'll mark it on your map. You can just assume that all the NPCs will say things like that. It's just implied because they don't actually say it like that all the time. So you get to the point with some of these games where you don't have to rely as much on the dialogue, and then it becomes comfortable not to have the dialogue context be accurate, so you don't have to put all the extra thought in giving directions. And what happens is the games turn into a mess of getting lost. And I don't mind the waypoints to a certain extent, but what I am doing, like for instance on these mods, I've got I think it's called Atlas mods or Atlas map markers, where you can adjust the distance that the map markers show up, how big they are, how transparent they are, so that they aren't these big giant icons floating across your compass all the time. Haha, I'm 1,000 feet away, but I know there's a cave right there. Haha. That's ridiculous. So I do go in and turn things down. I have several mods installed which add street signs that point the way. Riften over here. Goodbye. He was excited to see me. And it makes it so that I can play the game from inside the game without having to rely on having all these magical markers everywhere. And then if I get too terribly lost, I can always have the active quest and use clairvoyance to show the way. As a matter of fact, I have this in Skyrim. I have this sort of a in-game lore for why couriers always know exactly where you are at all times. It's because they have mastered the clairvoyance spell, and they just follow the line and lead straight to you all the time. Aha, I have this letter. It needs to be delivered to such and such. Clairvoyance. And off they go. I think that's a great explanation for how psychic they seem to be. But I like to immerse myself in game. I don't want to have to rely on all of those map markers all the time for everything, because honestly there's a lot. There's an awful lot in just the base game of most of these large RPGs. And then when you start adding 300 plus mods that add lots of new locations and things, the map marker count just goes up and up and up and up and up. So yeah, I like the immersion. I like the dialogue context. I even have one called Better Quest Objectives that tells you a little bit more information than retrieve the object from place name. Okay, what's the object again? I haven't launched in a few weeks. What am I after? I don't know. Well, I guess I just have to follow the map marker now because I don't know. But I've also, to combat that same sort of situation, I have added a mod called Take Notes, or Just Take Notes, or something like that, where I can make my own journal in-game so I can keep track of what I'm doing, where I'm going, what the plan is. And right now I've been using it to take notes on what I need to install and uninstall and tweak and fiddle around with, and what things I need to test next. But I think that I am pretty much at the point where I want to be as far as immersion tools. There are several immersion tools that I would love to include them, but they are outdated or they break the game with when combined with other mods. There's one called Simply Knock. Fantastic mod. Makes it so that, you know, when it's nighttime and you want to go and turn in a quest to someone who's asleep at night, you've got the options of camp out on their lawn all night long, or you could do the more, you know, immersive thing of just knocking on their door and they come up, and if you have business with them, or their reputation or your reputation with them is high enough, they'll let you in and they won't call the guards, and you don't have to lockpick and all that kind of stuff. And it's a great mod. You can have your dialogues through the door without having to actually go in, and it's very immersive. I love it. But it broke recently. Like I say recently. In the last few versions, it broke. And it hasn't been patched to work with newer stuff yet. I think it's... Okay, There is, when it comes to Skyrim mods, there's something called forms, and uh, old Skyrim, is what was called Form 43, and modern Skyrim is called Form 44. And it seems like the Simply Knock mod has part of its infrastructure set in Form 43, and that's causing the incompatibility issue. That's what my SSE edit and other stuff is telling me, is that it has form incompatibilities. But sorry, I was taking a drink. The Simply Knock mod is, I fell in love with it when I found it originally, and I used it a lot. It was great. No more barging in the middle of the night and the NPC getting out of bed. Instead, you knock on the door. You say, "Hey, it's me. I'm here for this quest." They'll say, depending on their mood, they'll say, "Just come back in the morning. Talk to me then." Or, "Sure, I'll let you in." Or, and here's the aspect that helps with immersion for Thieves Guild stuff. If you knock and no one's home, no one will answer the door. So you can stealth your way in, and no one will be the wiser. So it had multiple functionality, and it was very immersive, and I loved it. It was great, and it's broken now. I'm very sad. But I have lots and lots of other mods that add to the immersion in other similar ways, like NPCs, when they go to bed, they switch into their sleep robes, so they unequip their weapons. So you aren't going against someone who is sleeping with their sword on their hip, which means it makes it a lot easier to lockpick or to pickpocket things. And there's a bunch of other stuff that follows the same sort of vibe. Yeah, on this layer here. Okay. That I just love certain kinds of immersion. I like it to be lore friendly. I love lore friendly. When I don't have to explain it away as making up a story of my own, which I'm fine with making up my own story for things, but if I have to make up my own story for why something exists in game as being outside of normal lore, it starts to be a little bit less immersive. Like for instance, if you go to the Fallout universe, there's actual lore reasons why there are, quote, aliens, and they're not actually aliens. And that's all built into the lore. But I like to have the stuff that makes sense in game and in universe, and also makes the game compatible with maybe self-imposed challenges. For instance, when it comes to alchemy, it's ridiculous that you should have to grind all of your materials and make all of your potions at one of like a dozen different places around the map. I have to go in to this room, this particular room in the College of Winterhold, if I want to make my health potion or whatever. It's absurd to think that a proficient alchemist doesn't have a mortar and pestle in their pocket. So I've added something for some alchemy. I've added stuff for a few of the other skills, like for instance, let's say you find a whole bunch of rusty old gear while you're adventuring in one of the dungeons. Yeah, you could sell it, but maybe you need some steel and some iron. You're not finding enough iron from mining, and you need some, and the shops don't have enough nails and hinges for building your house. You can take some swords, smelt them down, and get iron bars out of them, and turn them into stuff that you want to use, like, you know, sharpening your tools and building better gear, skyforged steel, and all that kind of stuff. It makes it feel more real to be able to do some of these kinds of things, like camping. I have installed a mod that makes it so you have to either write in your journal or sleep in order to save. There is no quick save. There's no auto saving when you go through a door. Now, this also comes in handy with load times. I don't have to constantly worry about every few seconds having this giant several second pause as it saves my data. Even though I'm on a solid state drive, it still takes a little bit for it to save. It takes a little bit for it to load and all that kind of stuff. So if I'm not saving every time I open a freaking door, it helps with moving things forward. But also, having it saved during journal writing and sleeping only makes it so you have to be more conscientious about your saving. And it makes it so that when you forget to take a nap every once in a while, which, you know, you get the well-rested buff if you remember to take a nap anyway, so there's that. If you forget, suddenly you're punished because, yes, I forgot to save before I went into this giant dungeon. I have to do the last day and a half again. Oops. But I made that extra bit of immersion so that there was a functional reason, which is to say it salvaged some of my playtime away from those saving screens that constantly happen, and it gave me interaction with my character. I have to sleep. I have to write my journal down. I have to do these daily activities. Otherwise, things aren't going to work right. I've added one called Winter Sun, which adds religion. So it's not just going to the shrines to get the blessing to remove your curses and diseases and things. Now, every deity has their own shrine and has their own benefits when you worship them. And so if you forget to worship them, your favor with them goes down and you don't get the high-end benefits. And if you do stay on top of it, you get this enormous boost to things. And so all the stuff that I'm trying to do, all of the new locations, all of the quests, all of the breaks in the quest line, all of the things where you write down in journals and stuff like that, all of it is meant to make it more immersive so that I can step into the character a little bit easier. I know generally what I want to do with whichever character it is I'm going to play. I'm almost certain what character I'm going to do for the series, but I also have other character ideas. But basically, I want to have in-game roleplay options that are lore-friendly, game-friendly, and I guess stream friendly, stream/video friendly. Which also means no matter how lore friendly some of the adult mods are, I won't be including any of those. Let's see here. What's another category? Oh! On Saturday, this last Saturday, I spent between 10 and 12 hours messing with getting one specific mod set up and working. There's a mod called a clear map of Skyrim. I used to use a quality map of Skyrim. Good mod, crisp picture, but it was just of Skyrim and I think Solstheim. And none of the other world spaces got their own maps. It was just those, no weather or anything, but it was very clear and it was a good map. But this new one, a clear map of Skyrim, allows you to fly around the map in 360 degrees, zoom in, and look at things from different angles, but by default it's really crummy resolution. So in order to get, you know, the roads to show up on the map, I thought I saw something funny over here. In order to get the towns and stuff, enough detail for you to go, ah, yes, this is Riften, not here is an icon that generally tells me where Riften is meant to be. You can actually look at the map and go, yes, this is definitely Riften from above. Here's the stable. Here is the gate. You have to do some rocket surgery. Like a lot of it. Like enough that I'm thinking of making a step-by-step video on how I got it to work. Because it took a lot of doing, and the explanations, while technically they did explain things correctly, they also took for granted that people knew how other aspects work. And you had to go to 6 different websites, 5 or 6. Let's see here. Xmod, Xloggen, Acmos, Clear Map of Skyrim. Let's see here. Xedit. At least 5, maybe 6. No, for sure, 6. 6 different sites just to be able to learn how all of these programs work and what steps you needed to take to get specifically roads on your map and higher definition maps. Now, what it does is it pre-renders every world space in your loadout. It goes through every mod, identifies everything that is a world space, and it pre-renders everything. Then it says, okay, if you are at this distance, which is to say the height of looking down from above at a map, then you need to have this level of detail for this distance. And so one of the mods and infrastructures it uses is something that I'll call Dindolod, which is short for Dynamic Distant Object Level of Detail. It's what makes it so you can look up at High Hrothgar and go, oh, there's a building up there. Well, this map does the same thing, only from the top down. You're looking up above and you can go, oh, look, it's High Hrothgar. Oh, look, right there is that tablet, and right there's that tablet, and that's where that troll attacks me every time. And you can see all the details from the sky, but it doesn't like map out all of the rocks and things in the ground. It's just everything that should be seen from space, basically, gets pre-rendered, and then that gets saved as the map file. And boy, the difference that it made doing all that work. My map is gorgeous. There are a few strange artifacts added by the fact that certain aspects aren't meant to be visible in the game, like this one little platform sort of above Whiterun Hold somewhere. There's a couple little things that normal Skyrim goes, yeah, I'm not supposed to render that, but this map instead for some reason does, and because the map does, now the game does too, so I'm gonna have to look into that. But beyond that, it's just fantastic. Mischievous, you say? Let's see here. What's another mod that... Oh! Right. The bad guy quests for good guys. There are a number of quests that you sort of get sucked into, I guess, that once you've started them, especially if you don't realize what you're getting yourself into, suddenly you're working for a Daedra, and maybe you are not role-playing a character that wants to be working for a Daedra, but now that you're in this quest, you cannot get the quest out of your log, and you can't advance past a certain point of something else until you have completed some of these other tasks. So I've added a sequence of mods called the For Good Guys mods. Namira for good guys, Boethia for good guys, Dark Brotherhood for good guys. I'm not adding Thieves Guild for good guys because, you know, if you're joining a Thieves Guild, there's no good guys for that. You're a thief. Come on. Dark Brotherhood, maybe you're joining it because you have all the evidence you'll ever need to know that the only assignments you get are people who actually have evidence against them of having done some terrible things, and the assassination is justified. And that's what the Dark Brotherhood for good guys adds, is justification for all these. And Boethia for good guys, Namir for good guys, you get to basically make flesh golems in the place of your sacrifices. So you don't have to become the champion of an evil Daedra. You can back out and that sort of thing. So I've added some ways of not getting basically steamrolled into having to do something that your character would not want to do. Like when you first walk into Markarth, first thing that happens, you get ambushed by this person who's saying, oh, you dropped this note after having just watched someone get assassinated right in front of you. Oh, did you drop this note? No, I didn't. And you know I didn't. And I know I didn't also. And I know that if I follow this note, it's going to lead me to getting arrested and put in a Sid in a mine and not having all of my gear and just going in for a really bad time because I'm not good at brawling and my character is basically a glass cannon. So I don't want to do this quest, but now you've given me this piece of paper and I have to go along because, you know, if I'm RPing, I don't know that this is going to lead to bad situation necessarily, but what I do know is on the front end, it's associated with someone who is a party to this situation has just gotten stabbed in broad daylight because of the situation. And if you dig a little bit deeper, you find out that they are basically like you, freshly new to town. So what's to say that you're not on the hit list, which I guess by rights you are. But the quest that I've added enables you to be able to hand him back the note and say, look, you're trying to get me involved with what I just watched. Someone just got stabbed right in front of me, right when I came in through the gate. And now you're trying to get me involved in it? No, this is your town, fix your problem. Don't say that, oh, I want it fixed, but I don't want to do it myself. I want this stranger to do it. Ha ha! I'm removed from it. I'm not in danger. Yeah, you are. Especially because if you've played that quest line, you know that it doesn't matter how much he wants to remove himself from it. He is in absolute danger, and when you go to tell him what your findings are, that's when you get thrown into Sidna Mine. So there is a mod that I have added that allows you to hand him back the note and say, look, no is no. You fix the problem yourself, and he will never mess with you again. You don't have to go through Sidna Mine if you don't want to do that quest line. And who knows? Maybe by not participating in that, you can have other roleplay options. Maybe you can help to grow the influence of the Reachmen or something like that. I don't know. Maybe there's even a mod for doing that, where if you help, what's his name? Madanak? Modnak? Something like that. Something. You can be all buddy-buddy with the Reachmen, and so now whenever you go to a place that has all these briar hearts, they won't initially try to kill you on sight, because suddenly you are friendly with them. I don't know, maybe that's the thing. But there are too many quests where they were either so proud of all their work that they had to force people to do them, or they didn't know how to introduce people to some of these quests in any other way other than, well, we wrote this quest and we want people to know it exists, so let's just make them have to do it if they step through this door. And you don't always know what you're getting into. And Bethesda is notorious for that in many aspects. Like if you play Fallout 4, how do I, when you have dialogue options, you get 4 options: a good, a bad, a neutral, and a jokey one. But you don't know what your dialogue is actually going to say when you select them. And so you can pick one of the things, and then all of a sudden what comes out of your character's mouth is so diametrically opposed to what you were anticipating it being that you're like, oh, I regret everything. That's not what I would say. Oh, God. And I get that It was for space reasons, like real estate on the screen space. Why they did that, but they have had circumstances like this where you don't know what you are actually choosing until long after you have made the choice. Some of them, you know, if you're saying yes to helping a Daedra, you know that it's a bad guy thing. But, like, for instance, when you start the Mythic Dawn, maybe your character doesn't know the lore and the history of the Mythic Dawn, and so you get this piece of mail at, I think, level 10. It says there's a new museum opening in Dawnstar. You go talk to the guy at the museum, and he says his family has been in some way or another associated with the Mythic Dawn, who used to be worshippers of Mehrunes Dagon. Oh, Cuddles wants to trade with me. Okay, PV5. Oh, I see. Thank you very much, Cuddles. That will definitely last me the whole stream. So you start with this, and as far as you know, you're helping some guy build a museum and get special items that are missing from their collection to show the history of what his family used to be, and he just wants to say, I've got nothing else really going for my life, so I figured I'd at least just make a historical museum about this. And it seems well intended enough. And then at the very end of it, you discover that you've been had, again, Bethesda style, and now you are following a guy up to this statue of Mehrunes Dagon, and once you get there, you either have to kill the dude at the request of Mehrunes Dagon, or otherwise suffer some terrible consequences. Regardless of whether or not you're trying to collect the Daedric artifacts, you've been thrust into this terrible situation that you thought for sure you were just helping some guy collect items. And you aren't given the opportunity to investigate, to ask around why this is happening, why you're looking for these, what the objective is. Like a good RPG really would do, you don't get the opportunity to, you know, do perception checks and that sort of thing. Is this person being a shystery person or not? I don't know. I'm just collecting fragments of a broken dagger for a museum exhibit. And I think that it's good to have in-game opportunities to go, I smell a rat. I'm gonna say no to you and have a nice day. Doomed to fall by skill. Wow. So yeah, the YouTube comes up in chat. It just doesn't come up here in the top left of the tab list. It's so weird. Oh. Real-Time MC, Starlight 779, and Mr. Lancelot are all between Amethyst and Gold rank, and none of their ranks are showing up on tab list either. Wonder what's up with that. That has to be a symptom of the same issue. Oh, my phone alarm is going off. I shouldn't need to worry about the cats tonight. All right. I could bring up my list of mods, but then I'd spend more time scrolling through than building on this. And also, just a couple streams ago, I went through the list of all the mods that I was going to, or hoping to be able to include. So, now what's this? Yes. Yeah, okay, it's the pattern. I am going to, however, now switch over to the conversation about the 1.20.2 data pack collection that I am putting together for the Refugee to Regent challenge. There again, taking Minecraft and instead of playing it as intended, I am imposing some challenges. One of them is I don't get to use certain tiers of tools and things until I reach certain criteria. That's called the Refugee to Regent challenge. You start off in the dirt hobble stage, you can only use your fist, and then once you get a certain threshold, you can finally start making wood tools. And then after the next threshold, you can make stone, and then iron, and so on and so forth. And then as you're doing it, you're building a town, then a city, then a kingdom, and then an empire of multiple cities, and growing ever larger and ever farther as you go. And I am adding a bunch of extra dimensions to Minecraft, a bunch of other content, and I'm trying to make it so that it doesn't overburden my TPS. And the magic number of milliseconds per tick is 50. If you get past about 70, 75, you really start to notice some stuttering, but 75 is still manageable for most things. But I've noticed that with my current setup, the more path blocks, it seems that it's based on the path blocks, the more path blocks I have, the slower things are getting. So I'm thinking I'm going to have to take out the Traveler data pack because I don't want to be constantly hovering at 15 ticks per second. I want to at least have, you know, the ability to log in fresh at 20 ticks per second on Minecraft. But I'm just about at the point where I think I am good to go, and it looks like I'll be able to start both the Skyrim and the Refugee to Regent series at or on the new year. Oh, you don't need to apologize, by the way, Cuddles. That what you did was a lot. I was going to make some later this stream, and you just saved me from having to do that. Thank you very, very much. You are always a blessing and a peach. Oh, also, I forgot to respond to your question, Johnny, about what spot you think you got in the Royale. I'm gonna guess first place again, and I'm gonna guess there's some very angry people that you did it. Headshot, not one hit this time. Oh. Honestly, there are some games that, especially some of the older games, that it was a lot easier to get headshots, and here's why. If you had a good hit scan weapon, you know, like a gun instead of something that shoots arrows or whatever, or slow physics projectiles like grenades or missiles or whatever. Good hit scan weapons that only had lateral spray, not vertical spray. On older games, there was a button that you could use to reset your position back to home position so that you were at 0 degrees in every direction of looking around, and you were set square. Basically, it was set your cursor level. Perfect. If you knew that the terrain was largely going to be at that same level, then what that means is you were going to always be able to hit either the chest or the head, no matter what. And if you could do your jump just enough so that you got your practice in and go bang, 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 you would always 100% hit the head. So all you had to do was set your cursor and then pick up your mouse and just use the keyboard for turning, and you would never have to worry about accidentally aiming at their feet or whatever. You would always be shooting at head level if you knew the terrain well enough. Now, games have changed a lot since then. I'm not saying that that's a viable option anymore. In fact, I'd say anyone who puts out a game that you can do that hasn't gotten the memo that we have made it past the year 2000. But depending on the way a game is set up, it can be a lot easier to go for headshots than you would expect. And I have heard that with Fork Knife, you can pretty much easy mode it if you can do that jerk aiming, that little twitchy thing, because it connects the hit and it doesn't know exactly where your projectile is, so it just gives it a buffer of freedom, and the the rate doesn't account for random movement like this. So if you can get those twitch muscles going, you can go bzzz and get lots and lots of really difficult shots to land because it guesses, well, I think they were hitting here. And then it relies on the client server desync that is just inherent with every multiplayer game. Because your client says, yep, you got the hit. And then it says to the server, it got the hit and it aimed here. And then the server says, but no, that wasn't a hit, but it got the hit. So, how do I justify this? Okay, let's just pad the numbers here, and then say, congratulations, you got a hit. Maybe not the hit that you think, but you got a hit. And so you can have this little buffer, but it's really hard to do. I think that was actually patched out like at least a year ago or so, but there are ways to exploit desync in order to get better hits. Oh my god. Back when DayZ was just a mod for Arma 2, Arma 3, Arma 2. Arma 2? I think it was Arma 2. Anyway, DayZ, which is a standalone game now, back when it was just a mod, there were some just bizarre exploits that you could do. It made it so that if you weren't competent at doing them, the game was absolutely not fun because everyone else could. You had to have lightning fast reflexes for pretty much everything, and if you didn't have those reflexes, then you were basically hosed. But I have heard that there are a number of games where the devs are trying to work around these sorts of problems and trying to find creative ways to work against client server desync, work against Twitch fighting or Twitch muscle fighting, and some other things, but I haven't heard of anything that's been actually developed yet to combat it, because everyone is going to find something that they will use as an exploit. Like in Borderlands 2, for instance, there's this one boss that I have never actually fought. I don't know how the fight goes. Or I think I fought him once because I couldn't get the shot to line up. But you just had to stand in a certain spot and you could just get headshot after headshot after headshot. And the boss never actually triggers. And so you kill him before the fight starts. And it was hilarious when I discovered it. I was just taking for granted that maybe at first maybe I could get a couple shots off. But I thought, oh well, he's not coming after me. How far can I go with this? And then when I finally beat him, I was like, that was funny and exploitative, and I'm glad I didn't have to do the fight. And then I just moved on. And so I went back to that fight later on with new character, and I was like, oh yeah, I remember this thing. If I do this, I wonder if it still works. And sure enough, it did. And so every single time I would use the same exploit. And if I'm susceptible to using gimmicks and exploits to circumvent mechanics and get an upper hand, then certainly unscrupulous people are going to do it without any qualms about whether or not it's fair. So it is hard to make games that are, quote, fair for everyone. I think the only game that's truly fair for everyone is Chutes and Ladders. 100% chance based. There is literally no skill involved. Even Candyland has skill, and I just realized that a couple of days ago. Candyland is sort of like Snakes and Ladders, but there are a couple intersections where you can choose to take the shortcut. So that means by having a strategy of choosing to take it or not take it, then there is a small amount of skill involved. But if you want to remove all likelihood of exploitation in games, you're going to have to remove all skill from games. And those people who are likely to use exploits won't play those games. So you don't even have to worry about that sort of a toxic community anyway in those sorts of games. But the sorts of games that don't have skill involved are a little less fun, because now you've removed the human element. So let's see here. Boop. And then, okay, so I'm doing that. Oh, on the subject earlier of my wife not being in peak physical or peak throat and lung health at the moment, I have a small potential of also coming down with something like that, because, you know, living in the same space and all that. If that happens, ooh, what will probably be happening is I'll be putting out some videos instead of some streams, or I will be doing some no commentary streams. No or low commentary, so I'm not coughing in you guys' ears. But just a heads up. And what makes me reminded of this is I have been noticing that I'm taking a lot more drinks today while talking, and my throat feels a little bit drier than normal. And I don't think it's because of the chipotle sauce that I had during my lunch either. I think this is actual dry throatness. So just a heads up, future wise, there might be some slightly less chatty streams and or videos in the somewhat nearish future. That doesn't mean I'll stop working on my projects. Let's see here. Oh, the server's about to restart. The subject of my project, someone was mentioning in Discord, they asked about my 3-word or 3-phrase story thing that I was doing. Do I know where you would be able to find the refugee to regent rules? Oh, that is a loaded question. Okay. It took me a good couple of hours to find some of the more full sets of rules, because the wiki, the current wiki, the dude writing it just gave up. There's nothing for the new Deep Slate and below content. There's no rules that take into account any of the newer versions of the game. And also, if you go on the Wayback Machine, and you do find some of the fuller sets of rules, it's obviously for older games. And oh, 1 point again. 1 point! Why do you do that? That's more, I'm asking me, why do I do that? Why don't I look before I click? Because if it says 1 point, I could go over to another hub and maybe it'll say more points. Anyway. So what I am doing... What I'm doing is I am compiling the rules myself, all of the different sets of rules in one place so that I can have everything all together, and I'm making a channel for it on my Discord. It is one of my current works in progress. I am actively working on it because I need to get this information in place. But online, any of the resources that there were and or are for the Refugee to Regent Challenge are limited, because the person or people who were responsible for the initial challenge didn't keep up to date with modern updates. And the people who picked up the torch to try to flesh things out a bit, they only got so far before they didn't have time or interest in continuing. So what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to fill in all the blanks as best I can. I'm going to make special rules that fit what seems to be the criteria for like the Deep Slate and below and other things. And also I'm going to make additional rules that fit the premise of adding all these other dimensions that I'll be adding for the series that I'm doing. So once I get all the rules typed up and in place on the Discord server, I will open it to the public, and then it's going to be basically I want all the rules to be in one string, uninterrupted by other dialogues, so that it can just be pinned to the top of the channel so you can scan through it that way, and then I'll just have it chaptered so that different points of the conversation can be clicked on to go down further into it. Basically, there is no single complete source for all of the refugee to regent rules as it would stand right now. I guess that's the short way of answering your question is, where would I find it? You wouldn't. Sadly. But because I have saved documents from back when I used to do the challenge previously, and because I have access to some links to some of the waybacks that I found, I'm going to see if I can find some more of the waybacks as well. And because I have all of those saved wikis and all that kind of stuff, I'm going to combine everything together and hope to get the entire challenge all in one place. I do have, let's see here, on my Discord, where, let's see here. Nope. Refugee. Let's go old first. Okay. I have a channel on my Discord called The Refuge, and it was put together for people who were active on my server, which is called The Refuge. And I put a pin that has the general stages as I knew them: dirt, wood, stone, iron, gold, redstone, lapis, glowstone, emerald, diamond, nether star. And then that is the brunt of the old information. So you can find the old information on my Discord, or at least some of it, but that is not all that there exists of the challenge, sadly. That is pinned, right? Let me go over to the refuge where in the pins. Yeah, that's pinned. It's near the bottom of the pins. I was working on checklists for the stages so that people wouldn't have to try to interpret the meaning of some of the things and cross-reference files that they may not know where they are. I was trying to make just an ongoing checklist for each stage, but when people stopped really hanging out on my server, I kind of just, stopped keeping on top of that project. Scrolly, minimize that, and back to, no, that's not what I wanted to do, back to here. But good question. A lot bigger question than you probably anticipated it being. Short answer, I have some links in my Discord. Long answer is it is not the complete challenge, and it is certainly not up to date. I am in the process of updating the challenge to modern times and to incorporate the data packs that I'm using for my own personal attempt at the challenge. Oops. On the subject of challenges, before I thought I was going to be able to actually get Skyrim on this computer, I was starting to pursue a World of Warcraft challenge where, and I'm still going to be doing it, but not as often as I was originally going to. Where I'm playing a dwarf, and in World of Warcraft, one of the things that is common is when you start talking to something, or someone rather, they have a greeting phrase like, "Hey there!" And then when you're done with the dialogue, they say some parting phrase, like a druid might say, "Goddess be with you," or whatever. One of the parting phrases of the dwarves is, "Keep your feet on the ground." And I figured, if I'm playing a dwarf, I want to have some fun with it by imposing a challenge. So what my challenge is for World of Warcraft, for my single player server, is I'm playing in first person only. I'm playing a dwarf, so I don't get to see what's over the hill. I don't get to look around corners. But also, I am not allowed to use flight paths. I am not allowed to use mounts. I am not allowed to leave the ground unless I am forced to advance. Like, for instance, oh boy, what's that dungeon? That instance, Wailing Caverns. There is a point where you have to jump in Wailing Caverns, and that's acceptable. That's necessary. Fine, whatever. But everywhere else, I am abstaining from jumping. I'm abstaining from flight paths. And if I want to get somewhere in a hurry, then basically the only option I have is Hearthstone. And the way I look at Hearthstone is, when I use a Hearthstone, I burrow into the ground and I pop up somewhere else. So my feet are still on the ground. That's the way I justify it. But I like to, once I am confident that I've gotten as much out of the main game as I can of something, I impose challenges. And I like it. It's fun. And I don't like to do small things either, so the challenges tend to be rather massive. Last time I did the Refugee to Regent challenge and actually went through it, and this was like 2018, something like that. I got to the point where I had built so many cities in the kingdom, and even a city in the end. Oh, dang it. Which I was treating as space. That I had this intergalactic trade conglomeration as part of the I guess the storyline to go with it. And that's the sort of thing that I like to do, is just add some story to all of my little projects. I guess that's a symptom of being a writer, is I'm trying to put stories everywhere I go. Oh, I should say, you want to see those existing rules for the Refugee to Regent Challenge, as I Google Doc'd them so many years ago. It is on my Discord. If you follow the link that I have down in the description and then pick a reaction role to join one of the roles, you'll be able to see most of the rest of the Discord. I think I have it set up so that anyone with the Minecraft role can see the refuge. I think. And then if you go to the pins of the refuge, near the bottom of the pins, you'll see the list of Google Doc links for all that. Excuse me. Now, one thing about this throat situation that my wife has had and that I might be getting is when she went to the urgent care place, they did the tests and confirmed it is not the plague. So that's a good thing. But it's still something, and it's a problem. What's even funnier is one of my plans for a new series of videos actual videos, not streams, that I was planning on putting up soon, or starting to put up soon on my channel, is in Skyrim, and actually in all the Elder Scrolls games, there are books, actual in-game books with lore and stuff to read. Spending time inside a game reading books. It's great. Oh. Time at... That's not at. Noon. P. Weather clear. And... I thought that it would be cool to make a video where each of the books in the game / games get read. Just one short little video of reading the book, I don't know, Thief, or the book The Legend of Red Eagle, or any old of the Skyrim books, and just have like a little audiobook of it. There's even a mod called the Audiobooks of Skyrim that a number of them are pretty good quality, but the rest are, let's just say that I will be reading them myself. But I figure if I do lose my voice or whatever, that's something else that I can do, is just start recording the videos of the audiobooks of Skyrim and uploading those. Already? I already... Wow. I've already emptied out that whole shulker's worth? Huh. That went faster than it felt like it should have. Did I put things up? No. Huh. Okay. I'm busy building. In the WoW thing, what I will be doing when it comes to the instances is, because I'm playing single player and the instances are literally designed to not be done single player at level, I will either be going back and doing them like 10 or 15 levels later, or when it comes to trying to get some of the things necessary for in-level quests, what I have is some commands that I can do where it just says, I target something and I just type damage 1,000, damage 1,000, damage 1,000, and then I manually kill things off the rest of the way. Or damage 10,000, or damage 1,000,000, or whatever is appropriate for the mob. Hi. Hi, you big pile of explosive leaves. What's up? You know that's what creepers are, right? They aren't really sentient. They just smell compostable material, i.e. you. And they hone in and try to explode as close to you as possible, so that the seeds, which get then buried into your skin, have the best opportunity of using your nutrients to grow more. And that's why they look almost humanoid, like they have almost feet and faces, is because the previous victim's skull is in there surrounded by these clumps of plant material, and it's not so much sentient as it is just reacting to pheromones. What's up, buddy? That's why they sound like a rustling pile of leaves. And beyond the creeper's origin story, which was a malformed pig model, that's actually basically the lore in universe for the creeper, is that they are walking plants, or unless they retconned it again, which is fully possible. Oops, oops, and oops. You missed. You missed again. Get good, scrub. Have I played Spore? Okay, so I have Spore on my wish list. I used to have Spore, the game itself. Oh my god, I'm the only one who's having things spawn near them because, oh, hi, hello everyone. Holy cow. One for you, one for you, one for you and your friend. And I got stuck on a block. Wow, that was weird delay. That I didn't even let go of the bow. It just decided to let go for me. That was fun. I see hearts. But I have played Spore in the past. I love the premise of starting small and then expanding. There's a clicker game that I am mildly addicted to. I use the word mildly in quotes. I'm heavily addicted to mini clicker games and idle games. I am actually planning on making a stream interface where I can have a whole bunch of idle and clicker games playing all at once and just call it like the ADHD idle clicker extravaganza or something like that. Um, but anyway, one of the games is called Cell to Singularity. You start off as, just cells and protozoa and things like that, and then eventually, over time, you evolve into intergalactic creatures, and then you just keep going from there and colonizing Mars and all that kind of stuff. And it's just an idle clicker game. But before I found Spore, there was a game that used one of the Spore mechanics, the early mechanics, of you are a simple single-celled organism, and you have to go around dodging hungrier, bigger single-celled organisms, and consuming enough nutrition to grow and then evolve. And that part of Spore, I love it because it reminded me of a game that I played before Spore. And I've just always been fascinated by progressive growth games. I just, something about them is appealing to my brain. It's part of the reason why I like roguelikes and roguelites. Like with a K and light with a T. Two different types of games. Similar, but different. And the principle behind them is you get as far as you possibly can and then get as many of insert currency here, gold, experience, whatever. And then when you die, you get to spend those currency to have an upgrade so you can have more health going into it or do more damage and yada yada yada. And it's the same sort of principle. You slowly but surely get better and better and better the more you play it. The more you reincarnate and everything else, the better you get. And so when Cookie Clicker came out, you can bet safely that I was addicted to it far more than I should have been. And then when I found all these idle and clicker games for free on Steam, there went all of my life, all of my free time went into clicker games for the longest time. And so I guess to shorten the rest of this discourse, yes, I am very, very interested in the Spore type games. Oh, and those zombies that the creepers remind you of, what is that game? With the mushroom zombies. Is that The Last of Us? There have been so many zombie games I don't know what's what anymore. Oh no. Is the mushroom zombies The Last of Us? It is, because the series. That's The Last of Us is the series, and that's the mushroom zombies. So yes. Yes. Good. I almost felt like a fail nerd. Alright. What was I about to... Oh, torches. PB2. I don't need all these torches, but whatever. Okay, so... basically... these are going to get the double treatment. Okay. So I get the single treatment for all of them. Oops. And then I will come back in and do the double treatment. I should actually be underneath so that I can capture things if I need to break them. Light is important. And I really do love, I can't get over, in my eyes, how nicely that specific color of blue goes with this specific color of gray that is the main motif for the chiseled stone. I could not have lucked out any better because it really does, it pops. And in other circumstances, because there's that little split right there in the pattern of the chiseled deep slate, it makes it look like something just belongs there. And, oh, chef's kiss. Mwah. It's a subtle detail. Only really I probably care one way or the other about it, but when it comes down to it, that's all that matters, is if I think it looks good. Because I'm going to be the one who's looking at it anyway. But I really do feel like I lucked out in my choice, or in my options. Because imagine if, like, for instance, the best block to look like it had a hole all the way through would have been, I don't know, a purple block or something. Imagine purple with that color torch. Ugh. No. Ew. Or even worse, imagine if it was a prismarine. Imagine if I could manufacture prismarine at the scale of 3.2 million blocks. And I was given the choice of, well, I have a yellow torch and I have a soul torch. I mean, at that point, I would have to go with the yellow torch, but just Or if it was wood that I had to, no. I don't want to think about it. Well, maybe, maybe dark oak would be okay with this as a wood. Well, I don't need to think about that because I have the deep slate. This thing is giving you major anxiety. This Menger sponge is giving you anxiety? Yeah, it's still just the three of us on. I'm thinking Mr. Merlin splits his time between here and Candy. Now, he used to have an auto login that would just, as soon as it was up, all three of his characters would pop back into here instantly. But I think that both the auto login no longer functions and they split their time between servers. Hello. Here, can I convince you to walk off the edge? No. I can! Ha ha! I just played golf with a zombie. Look at that. It took a couple of putts, but it worked. That's a game that I used to have all the achievements for, but then they added more achievements, and so now I'm gonna have to go back and do it again. Golf with your friends. Wow, I'm so far up here. It has been quite a long time since I've played golf with your friends. To the point where they have several new maps that I'm completely unfamiliar with. But at one point, once upon a time, I had what Steam calls a perfect game of golf with your friends. And one of those was tough to get. Ooh. I seem to recall spending about a week solid trying to get one of the achievements on that game. Like, I'd gotten everything else, and then one was just eluding me. And it was hilarious too, because the friend who got me Golf with Your Friends on Steam for my birthday one year, he got this achievement like on the first try. And here I am schlepping around going, oh, come on, give it to me. I need this achievement. I think I have 27 games on Steam that are what they call perfect games. 26 or 27, something like that. Oh, a perfect game on Steam is you have obtained 100% of the achievements. Like, for instance, Johnny, you got me introduced to that Pincremental. Speaking of idle games, you got me introduced to Pincremental, and just over the weekend, I got the last two achievements. And now Pincremental is one of my perfect games. I got the score of over 500, and that was the last one that I needed. PV2. But if you're talking about golf, a perfect game is hole-in-one, yes. Actually, if you're talking about golf, you try to get par or under par. And there is a way to calculate what a perfect game is per hole based on the physics programmed into the game and the requirements and all that kind of stuff. Because if there are, for instance, if there are 18 holes, then if it is possible to get a hole-in-one on every single one, then a perfect game is a score of 18. But that's not the case. There's some that it's literally impossible to get a hole-in-one. So there is some lower limit that you can go for a perfect game of golf, but it has to be calculated per hole. Oops. Speaking of hole, that's a misplace. Now nothing's gonna spawn. Hooray! Huzzah! Oh god, that huzzah! That just reminded me of Vampire the Masquerade. Is it? No, it's not Blue Lines. Vampire the Masquerade Requiem, I think, is the older one. Where you're in the old town and you're the hero, at least temporarily, and people are like, huzzah! With their GoldenEye pixelated triangular faces. Oh no, bye-bye. I'm not going after you. When this build was a lot smaller, I would chase after those individual blocks, but now it takes a long time to go get them. I am so high up that all I can see is the smoke from the campfires, which oddly enough you can see that farther than the terrain, and then just the tippy top and the closest bit of that build there, which they never finished. Grab a drink here. Definitely gonna have to get a refill before the stream is over. I think I've got one more mouthful left in there. And it's 10. So let's see here. Tomorrow, I think I'm probably going to do some more Skyrim stream, because now I know I'm going to have to test all of the main quest lines, which is unfortunate, but if I want to run into as few snags as possible and as few surprises as possible when I go to actually do the character in character, I want to make sure that all of my mods are working as best as they can. I have sent a message to excuse me, both the dev of the At Your Own Pace and the dev of the College of Winterhold Quest expansion, voicing my concern about how the patch isn't making it work. And the thing is, the patch that I downloaded is rather recent, and I couldn't find an older patch. And I'm wondering if what they did when they made this more recent patch is accidentally copying the wrong cell information for the metadata. I don't know much about the creation kit and how the different mod development kits are capable of just importing old things and then allowing you to just fiddle with one thing at a time. I would expect that most things would be able to allow you to do that, but perhaps some of them require you to fill in all the data from scratch, and if that's the case, it's really easy to get tunnel vision while you're doing code and just go, I'm going to type what I see, and forget that, oh, on this field I need to type in the thing that's specific for this mod or this program or whatever. So I'm thinking that what has happened, as best as I can tell, is one of the items, just one single item in the patch, conflicts with all the rest of the stuff. And in the College of Winterhold quest expansion, when you finish that initial ward lesson, it has a trigger to begin the College of Winterhold quest line. You have to do alteration quests and restoration quests and conjuring and all that kind of stuff. Conjuring, not summoning. I said summoning earlier in the stream because my brain went derp. It looks like, because of how Xedit has identified a conflict in that spot, that what they did is they accidentally left in the master information from the main game in that one spot for the patch. Because the quest expansion mod sends you on the quest expansion. COW tree, I guess, is the stem, root. Maybe it's root. I'm still learning the terminology. Basically, the start of the quest expansion quest lines, and it's a completely different name than all of the other in that same field for what you're supposed to do next. So all of the others do. The next one is MG01 or something like that. Main game 1. And then for the quest expansion in that spot, it says COW something something 01. But then the patch has the MG01 tag from the main game. And it just feels like that is supposed to be the COW. But when I've tried to edit it, it says somehow I'm making a cyclic loop inside the reference calls. So I am not versed well enough to fix it myself. So I've brought it up to the attention of the mod developers, and maybe they can take a look at it. I suspect what happened is, though, that the At Your Own Pace guys, when they pushed out this last patch, they went, oops, I left the main game information in this one spot, and now the quest expansion never starts. Because if I take the quest expansion out, the At Your Own Pace starts. You can't, I mean, Tolfdir walks off, but you can go talk to him and you start the Sarthal stuff. Just fine. But it's supposed to have a mention of the going into the individual lessons. And I have also tested it with just the quest expansion, and that works just fine still. It's when I have the At Your Own Pace and the quest expansion and the patch that things break. So I'm waiting to hear back on that. But in the meantime, I'm gonna have to test Thieves Guild, Dark Brotherhood, Bard's College, the main quest line. What else is there? The companions. There you go. Is that it? That doesn't feel like enough guilds. Fighters Guild is older and taken over by Skyrim. Mages Guild is College of Winterhold. Morag Tong is Dark Brotherhood. Oh, I know what's missing. Okay. There's also the Thane stuff. When you become Thanes for the different holds. I'll have to test that, make sure that's working. Oh, and the blades! That's what it is, the blades. But I don't get to the blades until a little bit further in to do the Delphine stuff and all that. But everything else seems to be largely working. I am going to snoop around and see if I can find some little piddly things to help add a little bit more immersion. I'm not worried about... Oh my god. I don't remember the name of the dev that started the trend, but there is this new Skyrim trend where a lot of the mods are adding laundry and hanging your laundry from laundry lines and stuff like that, and them reacting to the wind, and it's cute, but I'm not interested in that level of immersion. Please and thank you. It's cute, and yes, people need to do their laundry, even in Skyrim, but I'm drawing the line. That's where it becomes a little silly. And this is coming from someone who added a mod so that extra snow sloughs off tree boughs when it's snowing and you're in a snowy area. Oops. Double oops. Cute idea. The laundry of Skyrim or something like that. But there are many other things that I would like to get immersed in. I wish... Okay, so there's a bunch of stuff that you can do using I need and a couple other things where you need sleep, food, drink, and they make some really neat mechanics. And you get weaker if you don't have all three. You can eventually starve to death and all that kind of stuff. And problem is, it has unforeseen interactions with other mods, like for instance the Convenient Horses mod and a couple other things that make it so if you're trying to do some kinds of chat options, it breaks the game. So I have had to do away with I need and survival and all that kind of stuff for that reason, and also because there are several mods that I've installed which make it so that you don't have access to beds or food or anything else for quite a long time. I'm actually kind of concerned when it comes to the saving situation in those mods. I'm gonna just have to play it by ear. Dark End looks like it's gonna be problematic, but we'll see. Oh, that's another thing that I have as far as immersion is concerned for the Skyrim, is I have made it so that there's no fast travel. You have to go on foot, ride a horse, rent a carriage, a ferry, that sort of thing. There's no fast travel. It's disabled. But I have put a Streamlabs thing. Let's see here. Card, I guess. Do I have it on this? I don't have it handy. I mean, I could switch over to the Skyrim thing here. There we go. On the top right, it says $2.50 able to use horse, $5 able to use cart and ferry, $6.66 can teleport to Winterhold once you're a member of College of Winterhold, $10 able to fast travel. I can turn it back on, and then $15 torture, must slow walk. Because, you know, I was trying to come up with something to add to the interactability for that game. I was also going to do some stuff on here, like for instance have a $2.50 tip and you can come get my bounty. Oh, that reminds me. I have a bounty of $68,850. I don't think I have any. No, I don't have any bounties on anyone. Let's see here. Ooh, I'm in 4th place. Yeah. Shortbow Gaming at $250,000. Everyone took the good bounties before Candy came out. But when you get a bounty, you also get their bounty head. That's the collectible item. Can you bounty yourself? Well, I can type. You cannot bounty yourself. Oh yeah, that's right. You can't bounty yourself, and you can't collect your own bounty. They fixed that in more recent versions of that mod. Or plugin, I mean. Oh, come on. Oh yeah, definitely had to refill my drink. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I have a drink. I have loved on the cats. And I have made sure that the wife is doing okay. So anyway, I think tomorrow is going to be another Skyrim stream because I really am wanting to get both of these started on or by the beginning of the new year so that I can just have them going. And so I want to just get all the prep work, just get it out of the way, just finish it up. That way I'm not putting things off. I have lots and lots of Minecraft projects, obviously, and those are not going to stop being worked on. That would be silly of me. But I definitely want to have the buffers of the other projects, the other series that I want to work on. Because in addition to the Refugee to Regent Data Pack series and the Immersion Skyrim series, I also have a sort of a choose your own adventure series that I'm doing on my channel. That's based on the back rooms. That's going to be accompanying one of my coming books. And then I also have a series that I'm calling The Sequence, which follows and chronicles the adventures of a single character who keeps getting thrust into misfortune after misfortune, having to start over from scratch so that they can continue their journey to get and retrieve and return the MacGuffin or whatever to where it needs to be. And their adventure is going to take them from one video game to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next. I have a whole storyline already planned out. There are a couple of aspects of it that I'm thinking of expanding to include just a few more games. I'm really upset that the game Breath Edge doesn't have an open-ended option where you can use the same mechanic and just go get materials to make your own stuff in a maybe like a procedurally generated asteroid field or something like that. I am saddened by the fact that the different modes other than the main storyline mode don't have that functionality. There's a sort of a creative mode where you can go through, but it's obvious that it's in creative, and the storyline is still there. It forces you to storyline. But because unless you're in the main storyline, you can't do the storyline event triggers, and so you're stuck in that first zone forever. And I have triple confirmed that materials do not regenerate in that game. Once you use it, it's gone. Now you can take some materials and flush them down the toilet and get something else, but there again, in order to get the materials to flush down the toilet, you have to find the materials. How much space? Okay, so this might be a silly question in response to your question about the fungi, but are we talking Minecraft fungi? Oh my goodness! As mushroom as they... Oh, it was a freaking dad joke. Oh no! I thought we were going somewhere realistic here. I thought you were legitimately asking, like you were trying to figure out, like you were getting into growing some food mushrooms, like some turkey of the forest or whatever they're called, chicken of the forest, whatever. Or like portobello formulas or whatever. Because there are some rules for optimized growing for the substrate, and the mycelial network needs to have a certain amount in order to support enough fruiting bodies to be able to make it worth your while to harvest an adequate amount of edible mushrooms. So I literally thought, because you work in the food industry as a sous chef, I literally thought that you were asking how much a mushroom needed, how much space a mushroom needed to grow. And I did not see the second thing you posted until after I was trying to find out if you were talking about Minecraft or not. So good job. Good job on engaging me. That was fun little adventure. What did that say? Valuables. Okay. Hey. Oh, I did pick it up. Ugh. I've got 5 bars. There's only 3 people on the server. And, oh, well, I can't see the milliseconds per tick because I'm not hosting. There's no actual way on here to find out the milliseconds per tick. There's just none of that information. Unless, what is P? No, no. On this server, it wouldn't be hovering there. It would be. Well, hold on. I wonder if P is milliseconds per tick on 19.4. I don't think it would be. Oh well. But if it is spiking up to 70 and 80 and all that, then that would make sense why I was getting some of those delays. Like that would be around the delay of 15 ticks per second. Oops. I'm thinking that's just coincidence though. One day I need to sit down and figure out what all those little variables are. Hey, give me that back. Ooh, I got a bunch of Greek yogurt. I'm gonna have Greek yogurt after this stream. Maybe I'll just have Greek yogurt for dinner. That sounds like it'd coat my throat pretty nice. Oh, they didn't have good bananas when I went shopping. Or good plantains. And strawberries cost too much. Oh, wait! I can pour in some V8 and mix it in with the yogurt. I've got the strawberry banana V8. Your mushroom pun reminds me of one that I came up with a long time ago as a kid. Why didn't Mr. and Mrs. Fungus have a kid? Because they didn't have mushroom. Well, actually, hold on. Let's see here. Ingredients. We have not enough light. Okay. Sweet potatoes, carrots, beets, and apples, strawberry, and banana, and then some citric acid. And a couple vitamins. So, I mean, potatoes and beets. It's not tomatoes. Here's the thing. The regular plain V8, it's not really all that bad. It really isn't. People add stuff to it and make it either too salty or taste a little bit funny, but it's not terrible. However, there are other versions of V8, like the V8 splashes, that are still combinations of fruits and vegetables that use some of the stuff like the tomatoes and the potatoes and carrots and stuff, but they mix it in such a way that it disguises some of the, I guess, the bitterness or the sharpness of some of those other flavors, so it's more tolerable. I like most V8s. I won't say all. There are absolutely some that I don't enjoy. But there's an awful lot of different varieties of V8. One of my favorites, when I found this, I probably almost drank myself sick on this stuff. The blueberry pomegranate, or pomegranate blueberry, same thing, might as well be. Oh my god, it's so good. And I think one of the vegetables in that is the sweet potatoes. Yeah, that tickle right there has me concerned in my throat. Because it is hard to avoid catching something when you're in the same space and breathing the same air. I someone else who's not feeling well, it's difficult. And then add to that the fact that I'm talking for about 4 hours solid. I'm definitely going to be taking it easy. And plenty hydrated. Now V8 also has like some really tasty versions of just strictly vegetable ones. There's ones with it's all green stuff, like there's celery and I think kale and a couple other of the trendy good for you. What was that? What just happened there? That was very weird. Actually, I think we have the green stuff in the fridge. But what I will say is V8, a nice glass of just regular V8, nice cold glass, goes great with a small pile of buttered toast and like some sausage for breakfast. V8 is, for me personally, V8 is one of those really good for breakfast drinks. Not cereal breakfast. I'm not a madman. Not in that respect anyway. But when it comes to stuff like, you know, toast and sausage and bacon and eggs and stuff, V8 is actually pretty darn good. It's a good enough drink, and it complements some of like the salt and the butter pretty nicely, I think. And the salt and the cheese, like when you add cheese to your eggs and stuff. And plus it's, you know, it's tomato, so it's not that far off. And also I find that plain V8 complements a nice salad pretty well too, especially if you're not adding tomato to the salad. If you don't add the tomato to the salad, like you don't add the tomato or onions to the salad, and then you have just another kind of salad and have a V8 as your drink, they go hand in hand pretty well too. Then again, my opinion, there's no accounting for taste. Everyone has different taste. But palette-wise, there are some good things that plain V8 is well suited for. But V8 also has like 30 million other flavors than just their plain stuff, because they recognized that People wanted to drink healthy, but they hated the flavor of tomatoes, for instance. If I wanted a Bloody Mary, I'd drink a Bloody Mary. A nice tall glass of salsa, thanks. But when they started pushing out some of the other varieties and sales went through the roof, they realized they were onto something. And good for them. Good for them for testing the market and then finding their little niche. Because they have come up with some real bangers of drinks. Like that blueberry pomegranate. Oh man. That's a good one. Strawberry banana V8. Speaking my language. Oops. So I think what I'm going to be doing for tomorrow's stream is I have removed the College of Winterhold quest expansion and the At Your Own Pace quest expansion patch. Something looks wrong. Oh, I'm starting this. I think I'm going to try to get through the College of Winterhold stuff. And then maybe the Dark Brotherhood. Actually, I need to do the main game. I need to actually test whether or not the main quest line is properly functioning. That's really the most important one. And there are a number of people in some of the comments saying, well, when you get to Dragon Rising, the Jarl doesn't talk to you or whatever, and the dev has made some mod configuration menu options to manually advance some of the things, which means that they are aware that there are some bugs that are so pervasive that they had to include bug fixes in the menu. So I'm gonna have to test that one for sure. So I think I'll prioritize the main quest. So I guess we're going after Alduin. But I need to test the core game quest lines of the different guilds and fractions. Especially, I need to make sure that the Civil War does not even have to be touched in order to beat the game. I have to make sure. Because the character, or either of the characters, no, that's wrong. One of the characters that I would want to play doesn't give two hoots about Civil War. As a matter of fact, it thinks it's a ridiculous thing and doesn't want to be involved with it. Another of the characters that I want to play is based on one of the characters from one of the sagas that I'm writing called the Blessinggear Saga. And he abso-freaking-lutely despises the Imperials. Because the Imperials are the lapdogs of the Aldmeri Dominion in his eyes, and they're responsible for killing his family. And so he is all for joining the Stormcloaks as immediately as possible and wants to single-handedly win the Civil War. So one character doesn't care, the other one absolutely cares. But I wanted to have the option of not needing to do the Civil War for being able to do the main quest line. So I have to test that. And like I said, I want to get this testing done before the end of the year so that I can just step into the series. What else? What else? Let's see here. There is... What mod was that? Oh, never mind. I had a concern there for a second. There was a mod that I used to have installed a long time ago that... for Skyrim. That... about every 10 minutes you had to enter something in the console to get it to work right. And I realized I don't have to worry about that because I've uninstalled that mod. Not only for that reason, but also because the dev is a goober and refuses to fix some very obvious bugs. Like the map is upside down, for instance. Go east, which means go left. Go north, you know, down. Thanks, map. Ouch. But I don't have that mod installed, so I don't have to worry about that. What else? I do need to... I'll do this after I'm done with this stream, in fact. I think I have downloaded the correct mod to make it so that that one outfit isn't the red triangle of ridiculousness. The Blades outfit. And the easiest way for me to test that is to just, you know, make a new character, go into the Explorer's Excavation, start, go into that secret chamber, and GG, it's Haley. This Haley is not on Wild, so I can't GG at them. Let's see here. Oh, with my character. I'm probably going to be doing the Alien Visitor Explorer and not the Blessing Gear character. But basically, when it comes to doing the religions, because that one allows you to gain favor without praying at all by simply exploring places, and then you get the ability to see where things are nearby once you get high enough favor. I think that using that one is the best fit for the character, because my character isn't going to want to have to worship anything, because my character will know, wait, these are just more aliens like me. They're not gods. I'm not a god. I can do cool stuff, but I'm not a god. I have scruples, so I'm not going to make people worship me like a cult. And then also have the advantage of by having this god as the thing that I worship, the Xerxes, as I explore more and I familiarize myself with the world, get more comfortable in my skin suit, so to speak, it on its own unlocks my innate familiarity with being able to, you know, detect energy nearby and other life forms and stuff like that. So I can almost slip into it just without any effort, storyline wise, for my character, as using the Winter Sun god Xerxes, but not actually worshipping it, not using it as a god per se. I think I can justify, quote, worshipping something. One thing that I did discover last time I was playing is when you go to the different shrines and hover over them, it tells you what the blessing is for each shrine, so you can go shopping for blessings. Why did that block disappear back into my hand, I wonder? That behaved as if there was an entity there or something. Oh well. But yeah, Xerxes is the de facto one, but the other one that I might go after is Hermaeus Mora, and here's why. The knowledge stuff. Because I'm trying to get the knowledge and information and the lore. Oh, that hurt. Of Nern and Tamriel. So I believe when you kill certain humanoid NPCs, they have a chance of dropping these knowledge fragments or tome pages or something. I think it's pages. And then when you get enough pages of certain collections or books, you can assemble them together into a tome that you can then learn from. Learn what? I don't know. So I'm thinking about experimenting with that one. I don't know if you have to pray to maintain a reasonable level of favoritism with Hermes Mora. It might be another one of those sort of autopilot things where you can get it just from reading a lot of books all the time. But the problem with that is there will come a time when I run out of new books to read. If that's the way of getting the favoritism. So I'm going to look into it. I do know right where to get the shrine for Hermes Mora, and there are a couple books that you can get that will trigger that option as well, but some of those are just random chance spawns, and I don't know if I can find a place that's guaranteed to have any of the titles that are linked to Hermes Mora. And there are a couple other ones that I am interested in. We'll see. There is another character type that I was wanting to look into. And I'm not... It will be a difficult one. At least for me, anyway. And it's going to be effectively a madman. I'm going to do all the Sheogorath content. I'm going to rely on the Wabbajack, and I'm going to use frenzy and madness and other things, hallucinations, illusion, that sort of stuff, as my go-to. But I don't know how viable that's going to be for, you know, like defeating Alduin and all that kind of stuff. So I'll have to test the waters. Why wasn't the mushroom invited to the party? I don't know, Aaron. Why wasn't the mushroom invited to the party? There wasn't mushroom. Why wasn't their mushroom friend invited to the party? Because he wasn't a fun guy. He went? Oh. So he is a fun guy. I was lied to this whole time. What was that? Oh, that was torch smoke. That was weird. For a second, I don't know what I thought I saw. A bug? Eventually, I will be high enough that those things don't exist. Somewhere down there is the ground. I'm in space. Oh, right. I can see the top now. Oh my god. I am well past the halfway point. Holy cow. Well, I mean, I'll be starting back down at that level when I get over to here. But still, on this one at least, I am way up here. Holy smokes. Progress and progress and progress, baby. Yeah. Oh, you're not bugging me at all. I enjoy the company. I'm streaming because, well, two reasons. One, I'm going to be doing this sort of project anyway, and it doesn't make sense if I can stream to not stream. It makes no sense. And secondly, I have a number of regulars who enjoy coming on and hanging out. And it's like going to a friend's house and chilling on their couch while watching them play a video game. You don't necessarily have to play. You can be on your phone and you can just talk about, you know, whatever, school, the weather, working at school while under the weather. What? Oh, I've already gone through that shulker? Holy cow. All are welcome. And I stream every week, many times a week, several different kinds of games. And I also stream and hang out on my Discord. You can follow the link in the description to my Discord. But to see what's going on, you'll have to pick a role, because I've made it so that I can defend myself against the army of bots. And I actually have managed to block, since I put in my log file output, I have managed to block 7 bots. I have discovered. So, it's working. Oh, Superman. Okay. Fun idea. Headcanon for me, Superman is a Jedi. Jedi exist in our universe. That is canon lore. They exist in our timeline. That is canon lore. They exist now, but the settings for the Star Wars saga happened a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. So we're in the distant future of the Star Wars stuff. Now, Superman has the ability to do all these wonderful things, but he wasn't properly trained. And so maybe none of the other people on this planet were properly trained either, but my hypothesis is that all Kryptonians are force sensitive. They're not flying by magic. As a matter of fact, Superman is susceptible to magic. That's one of his only main vulnerabilities, is magic. And the Force isn't magic. It is just a natural ability. Now, what he can do is he can use Force powers to jump. He can use Force powers to... He thinks he's super strong and can lift heavy objects with his arms, but he's fooling himself. He's just using the Force. His eye laser beams, it's like Force lightning, only it's coming from his eyes. It's eye lasers. His breath blast, it's just complicated Force push that's attached to, you know, Kryptonian superstition. They built their society around having Force powers, but also having superstition. This is all headcanon, by the way. But everything that Superman does and can do is easily explainable as a Force power. So I am going to propose that not only is Superman a, let's say, a challenged Jedi, but also Zod and those other ones are our galaxy's version of Sith. Discuss. Hello, David Rossi. Somewhere I've written down like this full-on explanation of several of his abilities that he's exhibited in the past and tied them to, well, pre-Disney canon from the Star Wars universe. Can't believe they just said, yay, you know, all these decades of work that's been put into the Star Wars franchise and all this stuff that's been canon for everyone for their entire lives? Nah, we're going to retroactively say that, no, you don't get to have this. This is all pretend. Brian J. Anderson, Timothy Zahn, all the good Star Wars authors, all that work that they put in, nah, it's not canon anymore. Well, if they can be fast and loose with their canon, then I can say that it's just fan fiction of the real canon, and the real canon is the real canon. So, neener. I still don't know why they decided to decanonize all that existing lore, and then they tried to come up with reasons why some things happen in the Star Wars universe when it's obvious that they've never actually read the stuff that's literally already answered that question and is canon. I don't like it when non-fans get a hold of a franchise. Grab another drink here. Okay. I look down in these empty spaces for two reasons. One, it's a lovely view to see how much progress I've made, but also it's slightly terrifying to realize how much further down even than that things go. I am, well, let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 times 27, so that would be, well, over 130 meters. Or no. No, I'm right. 5 times 27, over 130 meters. This is such a huge build. The biggest Menger sponge I've built legitimately before in game is just a tier 4. I'm presently working on a tier 4. The tier 4 starts there, comes up through this and ends there. That's tier 4. This is the side of a tier 4. I have built tier 4s in game legitimately before, and that's the biggest I've ever done. This is a tier 5, and boy oh boy, this is a big one. 3.2 million blocks. Alright. Couple days ago, slept real funny on my left shoulder. And it has not been happy ever since. I have to keep swinging it forward to get it to line back up right. And I think what I managed to do is get some of the nerve or some other tissue inside where the joint is meant to be, and it's getting just slightly pinched every time it goes in a certain direction. Not happy with me. All right. Oh, that's something. Okay. That's something that I'm going to have to figure out as far as the storyline for being in the Dragonborn Museum and Orion calling my exploits those of the Dragonborn. I think that what I'm going to do with that is, for the lore of my character, is have them at first not understand what Dragonborn means, but secondly, when they do put two together, go, maybe Orion is just calling it the Dragonborn Museum, and I just happen to be the one that is getting the press for all these exploits. And if there is a real Dragonborn ever, then they will also have a place of their own. And then, after the realization that in this body, one of the ways to manifest the cosmic power is through these Thum shouts, they will say, ah, I could open up some doors if I took on the mantle of Dragonborn, and so then just step into the role that way. Just playing along, basically. I think that that's going to be the easiest way to have my character eventually just accept when people call me the Dragonborn, go, haha, yeah, okay, fine, sure, whatever. If that's your belief system, who am I to argue? And if it makes things easier for me, and it makes things easier for you, then hooray. Oh, on the subject of my writing, I did make some nice headway on one of the early scenes in actually book 1 of that Blessing Gear saga. And what I've done, or what realization I've come to, is I can give this generally unskilled character a very specific skill that they can put into use in some creative circumstances later on, a couple of which I've already outlined a little bit, to have things more Did I really go in and do that? Yes, I did. Sorry, I've gotten distracted. That is not supposed to be connected on this round. Anyway, as I was saying, it's always good for the main protagonist to have some sort of hobby or niche skill or something that is just kind of a throwaway thing that at some point in the storyline comes in handy. Like, for instance, I cannot remember the name of the dude in Hunger Games. The name is, it's gone. Okay, fine, whatever, brain. There's a young guy in the Hunger Games, and he works at the baker, and he is really proficient at cake decorating. And he puts those skills somehow magically to work to blend in with the terrain and not get seen by basically covering himself in moss and other stuff. He has this really specific niche ability that he's really good at, cake decorating, and he applies it to something else in order to save his life. And I think I have stumbled upon the thing that my dude is going to be good at, that is going to have a few different cases where he can utilize it to survive. And my dude, Ethan Blessinger, he is originally someone who works in a crypt and mausoleum. He's also I guess, an undertaker. He's more like a caretaker. But as an aside, he's also a mortician, I believe is the term for a cosmetologist of the dead. And this makeup work, this cosmetology that he has fairly decent knowledge of, is going to, I'm going to have to come up with a couple of situations throughout the course of the 3 books where it's just going to come in either super useful or at least marginally interesting to move things along. And I'm being specifically vague. I'm being generally vague about this because I don't have the scenes fully fleshed out, and B, I don't want to spoil the storyline. But it just occurred to me what little skill to give to my character so that he can have his little gimmicky hobby skill to put to use in the future. So, a little bit of a breakthrough. Just in the past, like, week, actually. So even though I have been working on Skyrim and Minecraft, I am still working on my writing. It's just not all in the same order that it would be best to, if I want to get things published in a timely fashion. But the way I look at it is, as long as I'm working on stuff and there's forward progress that I can point at and say, yes, definitely there's progress here, and it's decent enough progress, I'm happy. If I wasn't streaming, if I wasn't doing Minecraft and Skyrim and all that, if I was focusing on the writing, I know for sure this year I would have published 3 books, 3 whole novels. But I have been rather keen on trying to rebuild my YouTube. And I want to see if I can get to the 4,000 hours watched in a year mark, to see if I can have at least a little bit extra bit of an income coming out of YouTube. I have decided though, if when I get to that point, if it's still $4, $5, $6, $10 a month coming out of YouTube, then what I'm going to do is, my gimmick is say that none of my videos are monetized. And I'm doing that so people don't have to worry about watching all the ads for my stuff. And then make it a point to clarify that I'm doing that, and then in the same part of the video say, if you'd like to say thanks for that, you can support me on Patreon or whatever. But if, however, and I don't foresee this being the case, but if, however, YouTube has somehow magically made it so that they've balanced things out so that in order to justify all this extra work that people have to do just to get monetized, will pay off in a reasonable sum. Doesn't even have to be as much as it used to be before the first adpocalypse, but at least something reasonable to justify all this work. If that's the case, then I probably will keep ads on, but I'm not going to do like 1 million ads all the way through. I will still be doing my streaming, obviously. But at that point, I'm going to split my attention between streaming and videos. But for right now, I want to get my view time up to that 4,000 mark, so that's why I'm focusing on the streaming. I am going to be putting together a few series of videos so that I can have a little bit better flow of watch time because of what the videos are, guides and things like that, but for the most part, right now I'm focusing on the streaming. That said, if it seems like I'm going to need to preserve my throat over the next few weeks, then I will potentially be putting out maybe some silent stream or some non-commentary streams, and also some just YouTube videos. And I think the easiest YouTube videos for me to put together that won't require me talking are going to be the ones where I'm having the Skyrim books being read. I can at least start with the ones that have decent voice acting. That also means I need to assemble the database of which ones I've put up and which ones I need to read. And which ones I need to find. I am going to run into a small bit of a problem, I guess, with some of it. Because some of the books are a little bit on the racy side. Not racist, racy, as in like R-rated. One is more implied than anything. It's more tongue-in-cheek. The lusty Argonian maid. It's just a gag, but there are some things, especially stuff around what is the name of the demigod person in Morrowind? Oh, bother. There's the three gods, the three living gods in Morrowind, and I think one of them is Sotha Sil, but that's not the one that I'm thinking of. The one I'm thinking of is the one that's in hold on. It's gonna bother me. I'm gonna have to look it up. Hold on. Vivek! Almalexia, Sotha Sil, and Vivek. Vivek is the one. There are some books involving Vivek that are a little interesting. And I might hold off on them. Maybe make a little bit of beforehand progress toward a bunch of the other books. Maybe gloss over them entirely. But if I'm going to be completionist, I might as well have them all. But if I do that, I might have to have some of them be available only to Patreon members. That way they can be private videos, so that I don't have to worry about making them adult only. Because I want to avoid having any of that sort of content on my public part of my channel. It's really not on brand. Man, it's been so long since I did the Morrowind stuff that I forgot his name was Vivek. That's that says something. Not sure what, but it says something. I mean, I've been focused so much on Skyrim that obviously a lot of the other stuff is kind of wishy-washy in my brain. But even more recently, just a few years ago, I was playing Elder Scrolls Online, and I went to Morrowind and had to do the quest for helping to re-bolster Vivek's powers so that I could keep that little moon in the sky and above the city that he's holding there with his magic, which is interestingly populated by monks or something like that. So Vivek should have been in my brain space. Oh well. At least I knew Sothasil and Almalexia. Basically, those three are three mortals who decided they wanted to split apart this large sum of power as best they could, so that they could each become gods, basically. And they did so, and everyone sort of accepted them and all that kind of stuff. There's a little bit of confusion with Vivek and a dragon break, but that's eh. I will say that there is a lot of Elder Scrolls lore over the course of all the decades that Elder Scrolls have been around. Because you gotta remember, it started off way long time ago. Daggerfall and Arena and all that kind of stuff. Elder Scrolls is an old franchise. And keeping all of the lore consistent between all of the things is a monumental task. It's probably impossible, except for maybe some very niche specific nerd somewhere who just has specialized in it all, and if they have, then they need to be hired on by Bethesda as a lore keeper. But a lot of the stuff that used to be perfectly canon has had to be rewritten to fit some of the plans for the newer content. Or just to fit the way the newer content has worked out. For instance, here's a big one. In Skyrim, part of the lore, and in Oblivion, I think. Wait, is it also in Oblivion? Maybe not. But for sure, in Skyrim, part of the lore is that levitation has been outlawed. Which, that doesn't stop people from doing it, honestly. Outlawing something just simply means that only outlaws will do it. So, by rights, levitation should still be a thing, but in order to make the engine work properly in Skyrim, and to keep people on the ground and keep people in the scale of what they could do with the map, they did away with levitation. Because it ruined some of the immersion, it ruined some of the ability to do the time scaling and all that kind of stuff. It would make it so unfun. Just instead of ascending the 7,000 steps to High Hrothgar, you just go levitate. And here I am. How dull would that be? I mean, you can become the Archmage of the College of Winterhold in a couple hours from starting a brand new game in vanilla, even on the hardest settings. And if levitation was in the mix, here you are on the ground in Whiterun, and they say, go to High Hrothgar. Okay, I'm there. That would be game breaking. So they took it out. And they gave lore reason because levitation and a small number of other kinds of spells are outlawed and verboten, forbidden. And that's just one of the small and easy examples that I can point at for them retconning something or having to come up with some in-game or in-universe reason why a thing is the way it is. Shouts didn't used to be what they are now. The Argonians used to be vastly different. Go back to Arena and look at an Argonian, you'll be like, wait a minute, what? Let's see here. They had to retcon why in some of the universe people had cats as house pets, because all cats are Khajiit in modern Elder Scrolls. And so if people had house cats and they were Khajiit sentient beings as pets, then something is a little off. So they made lore reasons why that happened. And good on them for trying to patch those holes, but oh, I didn't do the second layer of the middle. Oops. Well, that's fine. I'll do it now. Well, next. Thank you again, Cuddles, for making the shulkers of chiseled deep slate, so that I did not have to bore the stream with this. Oh, hey now. But in the very near-ish future, regardless of whether I lose or strain my voice, I am planning on having all of the Skyrim books read on my channel. One video per book. So there's going to be several dozen, if not maybe even a couple hundred new videos put up on my channel. I will try not to inundate everyone with all the stuff, but it is a project that I have wanted to do for a very long time anyway, and you know, now is the perfect opportunity to go ahead and consider it, especially now that I've got Skyrim working on this computer again. Or not again, but Skyrim working again, comma, on this computer. Alright, let's do this part. Oops. And it looks like, based on the time, what I'll be doing is finishing the 2 layers of this inner area here, and then I'll be wrapping up the stream. That way I can also get a head start on soothing my throat. Which reminds me, drink time again. Excuse me. Oh, this is that one track that has like a half a minute of silence at the end of it for no good reason. Yep, there we go. I'm almost tempted to take that file to Audacity and just trim out the ending, because it's bothersome that there's that much dead air. I mean, back in the days of tapes and CDs, it made sense to have a big, long, silent area at the end of a track. That way you could have a break before the beginning of the next track, or in some cases have hidden tracks. Ooh, special bonus music on your CD. If you listen for an extra 90 seconds at the end of this song, you get to hear the bonus track. And even though everyone knew about the bonus tracks of the popular CDs, you felt like, ah, I'm a hacker. I can listen to secret music on my CD that I bought. Ooh, look at my lead skills. I'm a real fan of insert band here. But now, having 30 seconds of dead air on an MP3, it's a little silly. My humble opinion. Well, that went in the wrong spot. There. So the plan is tomorrow, I guess, just go into the main quest line for Skyrim and see if I run into any snags. If I do, try to fix them. If I can't fix them in short order, go test another quest line if there's still time, or depending on how late in the evening it is, just wrap things up. But also, preparation wise, if this throat situation does not improve, whether it worsens or not, if it doesn't improve, then I may take it easy tomorrow and have something non-commentary or at least low commentary. Because I can definitely feel strain in my throat, and I feel the dry, and I am trying to stay well beveraged, but I can definitely feel something's going on and I don't like it. So probably Skyrim stream tomorrow. Maybe low commentary. We'll see. And also, probably in the near future, like before the end of the year, a bunch of videos on my channel of the audiobooks of Skyrim. Oops. Oh no. I've gone too far. Wait, I didn't accidentally... No, I didn't. Cool. Sorry, I'm not jibber-jabbering. I'm kind of just experiencing my throat at the moment. Testing the water, as it were. Okay, getting down to it. So I guess I can go ahead and start working on my closing. Like I said, tomorrow Skyrim, soon. Bunch of audiobooks of Skyrim and some other stuff. Got lots of different things going on, and I'm trying to stay on top of all of them, at least a little bit each week. So, a little bit of variety going on, but I'm going to mostly be spending my time in Minecraft and Skyrim for now. But as far as this project is concerned, I'll be working on this at least one day a week, every week for eternity, and hopefully it will be done in a reasonable amount of time, at least for the size that it is. It is 3.2 million blocks, so, you know, adjust as needed for your expectations. But I wanted to say thank you to everyone who is watching, has watched, and will watch. Your company and your views mean the world to me. I am glad to be able to do something that you feel is worthy of a few moments of your time. And hopefully I've been able to have a few nuggets of entertainment or wisdom that you are able to take away from my stream. If you have any questions, comments, or suggestions, leave them down in the comment section or on my Discord. And to do that, just follow the link and then pick a role, probably the YouTube role, or if you're on Performium, you could also do the Performium role as well. If you like this video, please give it a like. I appreciate it, and it does help. And if you haven't already, do go ahead and subscribe so that you know when my future stuff comes out. I also have alerts on my Discord for when I put up a stream or a video, so it's probably going to be more stable to get notified over on the Discord than it is ringing the bell, but ring the bell anyway. It's fun. And if you haven't subscribed, when you click subscribe, you get little sparkles or something like that, fireworks. I don't know what the special situation for that is, but it seems to have been implemented now on YouTube, so cool, get some fanfare. But that's basically it. If you are interested in helping to support my channel so I can do things like replace my monitor when that needs to happen, if that needs to happen again, make sure that Dinobot's paid for every year and that sort of thing, you can help supporting my channel by following the link to either Streamlabs to do a one-time tip, and you get a little notification if you do that, or you can follow the Patreon link, or both, but through Patreon you can set it up to offer $1 a month, $2 a month, different scales down there. And once I get some time, I'm going to figure out exactly what the appropriate perks are for all the different tiers for Patreon, and also for the hopefully pending YouTube membership, if I can get that. I think membership is available. Let's look that up. I believe membership is available at the 3,000 hours mark. Yeah, membership, supers, and shopping. Shopping probably not going to happen, but membership and supers will be available. So I want to have the membership tiers available in the same sort of format as the Patreon, so I'm going to have to hammer that out a little bit. But yeah, holy cow, 1,991 subscribers, and out of 3,000, I have 2,615 public watch hours. That means I need 385 more hours, and I will have reached that goal. That's pretty awesome. But if you would like to help support my channel, I have these Streamlabs and Patreon. And if you can't do that, liking, subscribing, commenting, and sharing with your friends and fellow students and other things like that. Hey, there's this guy that I watch on YouTube. He's an author who also does these big stupid projects on Minecraft and Skyrim and other games. Go check out his channel. I appreciate the sharing. It is lovely of you if you do that. But I'm going to go ahead and let you go. I've made a lot of progress today. Happy with it. And looks like I should be able to do the rest of this in the next stream, either later this week or next week. So that's nice. The rest of this tier 4, I should say. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and let you go so I can rest my voice. Thank you once again ever so very much for watching. Let's see here. This has been the Performium server called Wild SMP on mc.performium.net. There we go. Now it's more visible in the far right of the screen. That yellow text, mc.performium.net. You can come play on here yourself. I play on the Wild SMP because this is my home. This is where all my projects are, and also I prefer lower population servers anyway. If you like bigger communities, there is always Candy, which is 1.20.2, I think. But yeah, this has been another productive and lovely day. I will be talking to you tomorrow. This is Thorn of Night. Oops, where's the zoom button? And I will talk to you later.